Yellow, yellow, yellow. Hello. Make sure everything is good to go. We'll see if anyone actually joins. Let's see. Camera fixed. This game had like an update today. That was weird. I don't know if it was today, I guess. It was just happened since the last time I've turned my Switch on. Probably nothing major, considering I didn't really see anybody making a big deal about it. Okay. guess we'll get started in a few minutes. I haven't really decided how I'm going to do this. There's a few different ways I could do it. Badge completion 47 of 83. Right, this probably isn't going to be like a 100% type of deal. But I guess we'll have to find out. Tummy full of fish. So I could just start a new playthrough. I think I have a save right after the prologue. If we wanted to skip Otherworld, maybe that would be the move. Then we could perhaps... I also have a save at Last Resort. But that would be skipping some stuff that I want to do in the Hikikomori Route. We'll probably just start it over, right? I mean, it's already not going to take as long because we're skipping all of the faraway town stuff. And I'm not planning on going super in depth on any like analysis stuff just because most of that's already up on YouTube if anybody wants to watch it. Let's see. Alright, well, it's 6 o'clock. Looks like we got a couple people in here. If anybody needs me to adjust like audio levels, let me know. I haven't really touched any of this stuff since the original stream. I should be set up so that chat appears on screen this time. That being said, I know I said we're probably not going to get too into like analysis stuff, um, but I do like talking about that stuff. So like, if anybody does have any questions about X thing or Y thing, I'm always willing to give my opinion on this game. Can you actually? No, you can't. But yeah, kind of same thing as the first time. I'm gonna probably be skipping a lot of dialogue, especially early on, just because we already did a lot of this. Sorry, I'm probably gonna hit the mic quite a few times as I reach for my mouse, so sorry about that. Do we want to start with Mari's border? We'll probably save Basil for later. Yeah, let's start. We can start with Mari. I'll definitely remember to like change it. It's like technically I could skip the prologue, but I actually really like the prologue. Uh, and honestly, like, if I'm going to stream it, I might as well do the whole thing. All right. Yep, I think all these are interesting. Like, I've done a thing before where I went over like all the differences between the two photo albums. Recently had a conversation about like the ones that are missing. Well, you can see it here. There's like pages that are there to be filled, which of course will be filled in like the post game. But like this is the only picture from the summer outside of, yeah, the watermelon pictures from the beach. I think a couple of those are from the beach, but it's interesting nonetheless. Photos are also charming. Mari steals my camera sometimes. Oh, I guess I don't know how to play hide and seek. That's canon. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of seen all this stuff, so again, like I said, I'm probably just gonna be skipping. Hey! Yeah, welcome in. Happy sunny birthday. Crazy times where Sunny Amori can have a birthday. They're not playing, they're exercising. You probably shouldn't disturb this. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, and hey there, Shim. Skylar. Um, yeah, so, I mean, thank you for joining. I'm just trying to. This is kind of to complement the a stream that I already did. So we are just kind of trying to speed through a lot of this early stuff to get to the Hikikomori Route stuff. Um, but you know, obviously, I can slow down if anybody wants to like talk about any specific thing. Um, it is Sunny's birthday, and yes, he and Basil are pretty gay. There's really not much like chat etiquette here because I don't really stream that often. Just don't be mean, I guess. I'll cry. Let me know if the audio needs adjusting. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I have a couple of save files that I could have used to skip parts of this. I have one after the prologue, and I only kind of didn't want to do that one because I do like the prologue, so might as well just start from the beginning. I do have one at Last Resort, but if we did that one, I'd be skipping all of the unique Kel stuff and most of the chores, so you can just do this. I think, you know, I already talked about like a ton of stuff during my initial playthrough. And I feel like anybody who's watching this stream has probably played Amori enough to know like what the dialogue is. Or is somebody I know in real life and would not care what the dialogue is. Oh, boss. You know, even when Basil is forgotten from Headspace, Boss's entry in the Fofax book still has Basil in it. I think it's like the only place you can like actually see Basil. Yeah, it already healed everybody. Oh, Daisy. If only I could find a flower puzzle or something. What? I'm hoping we get a better roll on the WTF value this time. I could have switched to PC and like just gotten a save file, but I didn't want to have to like do all the modding to get the console exclusive stuff in. there's a puzzle. It's a very difficult puzzle. All the pieces are blank. Ain't that something? You can't use the mods on a Mac? I was able to get them working on my Steam Deck, so I kind of figured you could do it on whatever. I guess they are, like, different kinds of files. I don't know, I haven't had a Mac since college. These are sunflowers. They're called that because they always face towards the sun. That's how I want to be like. Someone who always see the bright side of things. Sunflowers. These flowers are called Lily of the Valley. It's said that they're able to ward off evil spirits and help people see a brighter future. I guess that's why they remind me of Mari. I can always count on her to help me to stay positive. Yeah, you use OneLoader for most Omori mods. Some of them are different and don't use OneLoader. Omori's party was victorious. We freaking hate sprout moles here. These are roses. Can you guess who they remind me of? They remind me of Hiro. Did you guess correctly? Roses come in many different colors and have their own unique meanings. Pink roses symbolize admiration. Orange roses symbolize passion. Yellow roses symbolize friendship, and the list goes on. Hiro doesn't remind me of any rose in particular. I think Hiro is like all roses because he's versatile and universally loved. Ah, these are a type of flower called the gladiolus. The what? Gladiolus, also known as the sword flower. As you might guess, they represent strength of character. Someone who is honest with strong moral values. Someone who stands by their convictions. The gladiolus reminds me of Aubrey because she's always true to herself. Oh, I see. So what you're saying is that Aubrey is really stubborn. Hey, no I'm not. Haha. Okay, let's move on. Alright, more sprout mole fighting. Everybody was sprout mole fighting. Ouch! Alright, the famed emotional chart. If you didn't know, this chart, like this whole concept, only came into existence like in the months leading up to release. Was not part of things originally. So the story goes, that is. Oh, cool and spiky. Actually, Kel, this is a cactus. It's more of a plant than a flower, and it's funny that you ask because they remind me of you. Is it because he's a prick? Hey. Well, that too, but mostly because cacti are very sturdy and resilient plants by nature. They don't need much care and can survive even in seemingly impossible conditions. I guess what I'm saying is that even you could take care of a cactus, Kel. Cacti are awesome. Cactus, sturdy and resilient. Ah, these are white tulips. Plain, simple, and bulbous. just like Omori. I don't know. I just think it's cute. Yeah. Not another sprout. Oh, it's all good, Basil. We got the hang of this by now. Let's put it out of its misery. Hero learned massage. Yeah, my recent thing is I've been watching a bunch of old streams back when OmoCat used to like actually do streams to talk about development, like the make your own headspace one. I think there's a lot of really interesting information, though honestly sometimes it feels like when they're talking about Basil, they kind of like avoid really saying anything. Maybe that's on purpose. Very up for interpretation type of character. No. Fruit is good for you. I guess we'll just save here on file 3. Alright, ye old sprout. I don't think we really have any, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna take us out of the battle, and it's gonna let us do the, Alright, time to release energy! So, fun fact, I've never actually played the Hikikomori Route on console. Well, I've never beaten it on console. I've played it. My save file's at last resort, like I said. So this is actually the first time that I get to actually play the console exclusive stuff for myself. Um, well, the main one I was thinking about was the make your own headspace one, which is I believe it's on Pixiv's, like Pixiv's YouTube account. Um, I believe Star Smiley has archived a couple of different Omocat streams. I've actually been working on a book all about bottles. I'll give it to Amori. I mean, the streams that people usually talk about are the Basil birthday stream and the Make Your Own Headspace one, because that's really the ones where they talk about stuff. Though, I don't know. I mean, I guess there was some cool stuff in the Basil birthday stream. I actually haven't seen the Sunny birthday stream. I think there was a charity stream that they did as well with like multiple members of the development team. All right. What do people think about the Omori route? Do people like its inclusion? Do people think it's that time would have been better used elsewhere as far as like development is concerned? I mean, it's not like there is that many differences in a lot of it. I can't imagine that it really took that much development time to adapt this. I think I mentioned it in the first go around, but like there's like evidence in the code that some of the dialogue in Headspace was supposed to change in the Sunny route, but that never came to pass. Hey, Amori, did you want to look at the photo too? Too bad that it came out kind of blurry, but you all still look so cute. I should add it to my collection. Yep, that's going in the cringe compilation. Alright, Aubrey and Kel arguing over the photo album. We've all seen this before. Oh, poor Basil. You two are in big trouble now. Alright, Basil's house. Who doesn't like Basil's house? It's a comfortable looking bed. A chair with one table. Or no, a table with one chair. I mean, I guess it is a chair with one table. Here we have Home for Flowers Tulip. I like how Basil's house in Headspace has a fireplace. His real house does not. And then, of course, we have the walls. Yeah, I think people get the impression that a lot of it is the same, and I think when you're just playing it straight through, especially when it was the PC, just the PC version, you don't really see a lot of that extra content. And there's just like some things that people don't know to look for, like whatever the mountain's called with the snow angels. And you have to like you do have to like go through and play like the main story to get to that stuff. Yeah, Snow Globe. Um, no running in Basil's house apparently. Anything else I want to say about Basil's house with Home for Flowers Tulip playing? I mean, you know, Basil home symbolism, fireplace, all that, pretty gay. Just the fact that the song is called Home for Flowers Tulip in the first place is very, very interesting. One of my like most wrong analysis things that I ever posted was that Basil's house is lit by candles because I misinterpreted what these little dandelions were. Though if you think about it, a dandelion is basically Basil loves taking care of things. A dandelion's like nature's candle. All right, everybody say your goodbye. His most precious belonging. We're not gonna get the real one, so feast. So just see that now. You might, yeah. I mean, they never say they're candles. They look kind of like candles. The reason I figured out they weren't is because if you come back later, they're like knocked over, and clearly the house isn't on fire. So it's pretty, and since it just says they're potted plants and flowers, it's probably a dandelion. Basil has a bed in Headspace. Nobody else does. Well, none of the like main friend group does. Let's get started. Oh man, my eye is kind of burning. I might need to grab some eye drops at some point. Amori is a really good memory, so I'm sure we'll figure this out in no time. I'm really sorry for pushing you over, Basil, even though at least half of it was Kel's fault. Yeah, I promise to never fight with Aubrey ever again unless she starts it first. Don't worry about it. I know you only wanted to see my photo album. Thank you for helping me put it back together. It was difficult to put the pieces together. Oh my goodness, my eye. That's strange. A photo must have been loose. Huh? What is this? Did I take this photo? Something about it seems so familiar. No, that can't be. Mari, she's... Whap, whap, whap. Oh, there's the heartbeat. Something. I think that's the first something appearance. We'll do the Helmari stuff because I didn't do it the first time. Look at all of us. These are all of our memories together. They're a little sad now. But we should be happy that they happened at all. Let's make some new memories together, okay? Scribbled it out. This is an interesting one. I mean, that cutscene's always really interesting just because It raises the question of why the photos were not in the album like that. Um, Presumably, uh, that was like shortly before Sonny scribbled out the photos. Uh, the OmoCat achievement doesn't exist in console, right? Like, I think I saw like in the version differences thing that you don't actually get the achievement for naming the character OmoCat. It's fine. This is an achievement run, so it's fine. Hey, Sonny, it's Mommy. I'm still in the city setting things up for a new home. Did you finish packing yet? The movers are going to be at our house in a few days, so I left a list of things for you to do before they arrive. Also, sorry, Mommy messed up. I forgot to tell the electric company that we need a few extra days before we're ready to move, so the lights might cut out sometime tonight. Anyway, I know moving to a new place can be a little nerve-wracking right now, but I think a change of scenery will be positive for both of us. I know you haven't talked to anyone in a while, but you might want to say goodbye to your old friends before we leave. Kel has been trying really hard to get a hold of you ever since we put our house up for sale. He's been calling us every week for the past few months. He seems a little lonely. Maybe you should pay him a visit. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. So there's a lot of really interesting things in that phone call. Um, like, for instance, Sonny should already be gone, but they needed a few extra days to finish packing, apparently. And so they're still here. Kel has been calling every week for a little while now, implying that 3 days left is the first time he's actually knocked. So it's like a lot of really lucky, or some might even say fated, things lined up to make that happen. Make Amori happen, that is. Of course, we're not going to really care about that because we're not doing that. Why would we go outside? Um, uh, I think we have to, yeah, we have to try to go back to bed first. You don't want to look down. I always thought, I do think in that one, in the Pixiv stream, Omocat does go into like a lot of detail about the inspiration for a lot of things in Amori. Specifically, like the creation of Headspace and how Sunny is, based off of her as a person. Um, so, you get things like, oh, like, I mean, just like seeing things in the dark and all that. Um, so that's, something that Omocat struggled with. Um, so, like, obviously, I don't think Sunny experiences this every time he tries to walk down the stairs. Um, Otherwise, we would probably know a little bit more um, about it. Um, but like, there are definitely some indications, both in merch and some of the photo album stuff, that does indicate that he at least feels something with heights on a standard day to day. I think the focus on the treehouse and some of the terminology used for that um, definitely indicates that fear of heights definitely like impacted his enjoyment of those kinds of things. Um, Something shoves Sunny. Isn't that something that the first thing that something does is shove Sunny on the stairs? Sunny. Something taunts Sunny as he falls. Take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. It's not as scary as you think. You steady yourself and remember how to calm down. Yeah, the August calendar art is definitely the like big one. But like just like the fact that the fear of heights in Headspace is so associated with ladders in general, and then of course you have the treehouse itself in Black Space. Um, you know, definitely indicates that. And then of course you have like the a lot of the photos that are missing from the photo album um, have to do with some of those fears. Like most of the beetle catching ones, most of the beach ones, most of the treehouse ones don't even have like headspace equivalents because like those memories are all like associated with the water or yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing is learning to calm down on the stairs. Um, but yeah, I think in his day to day, he could probably walk down the stairs just fine. It probably has to do with trying to do so when it's like dark and he's alone. Um, so this is an interesting segment that gets a lot of people debating all the time. Uh, because, as you know, if the power's out, why are the fridge and microwave working? Um, I don't think it's Sunny imagining that these things exist, personally. Um, I think it's maybe just a little bit of an inconsistency. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, Hero still cooks on one day left, so it's not like the kitchen's out of commission. She did say the lights would cut out, not the power, but like that's not how electric works. Like you can argue that the phone still works because phones at that time often got their power from the phone line and not the actual power grid for emergencies. Um, I threw up. About dope. Um, hey, Sonny, it's Mari. I'm finally back home, but I forgot my keys. Could you open the door for me? Yeah, we'll open the door for her. That was scary. All right, I think this is the earliest we can do like a what WTF value check. Um, Remember to look both ways before crossing the street. Like if we go in here. It looks like we probably have a less than 6, if I am not mistaken. How scary. I don't think I can trigger this right now, but a very comfortable bed. I think once I get in white space, I can just wake up immediately and try to trigger the stranger appearance. Because I do believe this is one of the earliest times you can see stranger. You have been living here for as long as you can remember. Yeah. Can I not wake up right now? I stared at the door. I've never actually done like a deep dive into the into Sunny's sketchbook. I do think it's kind of an interesting game element. Um, for a couple reasons. We never actually see a real sketchbook of Sunny's. Um, which I think is, somewhat notable. Like, it's not that I don't think he draws, it's just, I don't know, it's weird that it's only shown in Headspace. It's never in the photo album. Nobody really talks about it in the real world. I guess it could be something he started doing after he became a Hikikomori. Maybe. I'd have to. I'd have to check. Can I stab myself? No. Oh, somebody's playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's a lot of clams. I guess I never really thought about it, but the bloody footsteps do indicate that Stranger is the one who leaves these keys around, right? I mean, I guess that makes the most sense outside of them just kind of appearing everywhere, because it's a dream. It, like, for me, it's always like hard to imagine. Oh, forgot about that one. Um, for me, it's always hard to imagine I don't know. I guess I just kind of assumed that they were just there, not that anybody had ever placed them there. But that's, I guess, just my interpretation as like a dream type thing. Um, but I never really thought too hard about the footsteps. I like Stranger. I like talking about Stranger. I think Stranger is a largely misunderstood, not even like character, just like element of Omori. Well, let me go back to... I know it's like possible to wake up and do stuff. Maybe I just can't do it right now. I do think, yeah, I thank you. I do think Stranger is a very just complicated character to talk about because I think he's a lot of things. Right. I think the cutscene where Omori is like created, the fact that Omori looks so much like Stranger in that cutscene is so interesting. I didn't get heart from that, unfortunately. This is just kind of me, but I always like cringe whenever I'm like reading like a fic and Stranger appears and he calls Sunny Dreamer. Just because in the game he doesn't really do that. He just calls him Sunny. And I think that kind of interpretation downplays what Stranger is a little bit, ironically. Like, it kind of reduces Stranger to being a part of the, to being a part of this dream world and not like, almost like an interloper, like an invader, that is seeing through Sunny's bullshit. Just one of those things, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, it is like one of my #1 pet peeves with Stranger is just people don't really like understand his deal. Like, and don't get me wrong, there's like a few different things his deal could be, but like you should at least like stick to the things he does. And that's not like, I don't actually know if he calls Sunny Dreamer in the Dreamer mod, because I actually really enjoyed that mod. It's just more like a pet peeve when it happens. I don't remember if that's actually a problem that that mod has. Again, it's not really even a problem if it does. It's just different interpretation. Yeah, we've actually been working on the mod a little bit. So the mod actually... I'd say, yeah, around Basil's birthday, so back in February, we kind of, the mod started getting active again, at least the Discord server did, because we wanted to participate in the modding direct. Um, and we started having meetings and all that, and started working on it again. Ultimately, we didn't get to participate. We just weren't able to, we didn't really have enough time to do what we wanted. We basically restarted, so it's kind of a whole thing. Um, the mod, when it comes out, is probably going to be a pretty different story than what was originally envisioned, but um, and we are still very busy, so we're trying to get stuff done. But just last weekend, actually, I did some outlining work. um, in fact, I did like a writing warm-up that I ended up posting to AO3 earlier because it ended up being about Sunny's birthday. I'm not that proud of it, um, but it's like 4,000 words long, so I figured it'd be a waste if I didn't post it anywhere. So to answer your question, yes. We've been working again on it lately. Um, Alright, making some good time, 1 hour in. Got all the boring parts out of the way. The thing about the watering flower stuff is it's just like a really interesting concept, right? Because it's like something you're doing in Headspace. Something extra you're doing in Headspace that ups the stats of the characters. Thank you. And yet it has a positive outcome on the ending of the Sunny route, which is just something that I find so interesting. There's a couple of interpretations you could have about why this happens. I think the easiest interpretation is that the secret ending happens no matter what. And it's just you as the player have decided to go out of your way to care about Basil. And so you as the player are rewarded with seeing it. Because I don't think it's like if you don't do it, Sunny doesn't wait for Basil to wake up and doesn't share a smile. Because whether you do it or not, you still get like the let's make new memories together. You still get the hug in Sunny's dreams. Like regardless of whether you do it or not, it still feels like Sunny cares and still wants Basil to be a part of his life. So that's always been my interpretation of it. In fact, I don't really know what other interpretation you could have of it. It's not really something that makes too much sense, other than it's just like, oh, gameplay. But it's like, sometimes I'd argue that giving Basil a real world garden, or just having a couple flowers that you have to that you can water every day, would make more sense. And I mean, it's already set up a little bit because Polly says that Basil has not been watering his flowers recently, so she's been doing it for him. I don't know. I also just think it would be cute if real world Sunny watered Basil's flowers for him. Then you'd probably have to put, maybe some dialogue where Basil acknowledges that Sunny does it. I don't know. I would have liked more real world stuff. Birdly joined the party. Birdly. It's Birdly from Deltarune. We probably want to try to beat the tree, right? Just for the XP. You get XP early to make things easier later. Omori's not a hard game, but you do want to make sure you're getting as much experience as you can when you can get it. You know, I have apparently never received the universally loved ending. Isn't that crazy? I found this out after my last stream. I got to the end, I realized that I hadn't done the marriage side quest. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, because the problem is, like, it just doesn't, like, in lore it doesn't make sense, right? I don't know, maybe it does make sense. I just think, like, the way the story is told, yeah, 98%. Yeah, so, I bought the lamp for Recyclepath's mom, but I forgot to give it to her. And then I also didn't do the, like, marriage side quest with the, girl with the yaoi. And so I switched back to my original save file to finish the game, and I found out I also didn't do the marriage side quest in that one. So I actually have never done the universally loved ending. Yeah, Sarah. Oh, there's something. Just a tire swing. Yep, that's it. Appy juice. I guess we can talk about Sunny's birthday a little bit, just because we're never going to be able to... We're never really going to hear about Sunny's birthday in this route. I think Sunny's birthday is a very interesting memory in the photo album. For one, Sunny's birthday has such little presence in Headspace, despite it being his memory. And not even just Headspace, but just, like, Sunny's thoughts in general, right? Like, Basil's birthday is really important. And obviously there's reasons that Basil has that importance in Headspace. Ah, shoot. I have to go grab Birdly. Or Burley, not Birdly. Ugh. We don't have to look up there. Well, let's go get Burley back so that we can do that side quest. I wish they actually made Burley, like, follow you on the overworld. There is actually, like, apparently code in the game. Oh, I should have healed. For the, for, like, Burley to also, like, attack. Oh, no. Hero. Shoot. That's gonna bother me because I hate when the experience levels get desynchronized. Oof. That's upsetting. 17. Yeah, it is interesting. I'd even hazard to guess that Sunny's birthday was probably like the July 20th birthday was probably a pretty late thing. Just because his name wasn't Sunny. Yeah. Right? Like Sunny was like the name Sunny was super late in development. And so like the sun and moon symbolism um, the sun and moon symbolism probably just wasn't there until his name was actually Sunny. Yeah, moon landing. And then of course, you know, Orange Oasis is where the moon shines brighter. Right? Moonshine. Oh my gosh, I'm getting messed up here. Which is obviously a mirror of Mari's gravestone. The sun shined brighter when she was here. Which, you know, I also assume to be a late addition because that fits so well with the fact that Sunny's name is Sunny. Alright, so this is like a random event, right? Like you just keep going out and in. I know the achievement guide I was following for trying to 100% the Steam version is, yeah, there you Life Jam. Epic. Wants you to like just go in and out of this room like over and over again until you have like 50 cans for the recycling thing. Which is probably like the most efficient way of accomplishing that, but like I'm not doing that right now, sorry. I mean, like with the remote, all that really gives us is earlier access to like Black Space, right? And or Black Space 2 areas, which, you know, we're gonna end up seeing those anyway. Tofu. Blah. Right. Yeah, grinding for experience is really not hard, especially early on, because once you get to Otherworld, you can go into the I mean, it's just like the classic art. That one is exclusive. Okay, so maybe we will go for... Oh my gosh, Kel died again. Maybe I should be using Hero's Heal abilities and paying attention. I don't know, guys. I don't think Basil is in this forest. Buh. You do need to get all of the keys to experience the entire Amori route, right? Hikikomori. The one through the big TV in the Sprout Moon Colony. There he is. That is Stranger's first appearance. I really don't want to grind for cans. Guess I can just... Ba-da-da. Omori's party was victorious. It's the Wise Rock. Give me bad advice, please. Listen to everyone's advice. Thank you, Wise Rock. Happy juice. Let's go up here. Okay, I guess we're not collecting the bunny quest right now. Let's just run past. Yoink. Here's my favorite room in the entire F-Head space, the Butt Girl room. Rick and O'Morty. Thank you. Rogue Spartan, is that you, Mason? Your username is really close to my cousin's, and so like on Steam I had to change my cousin's name to just like his regular name so I didn't get you two mixed up. Like I'm playing it right now. You should be careful because I am like planning on just like spoiling it. Awesome. Alright. I think I can go back to white space now and do the thing I wanted to do. So let's get this. The new skill for Aubrey. And when can you get the juice boost? Do you just have to get to head to Otherworld first? Or is that like a day 2 type of deal? Certificate acquired. Alright, so games these days are so hand-holdy. Okay, so now I can go back into white space. Here, I can actually check. So I'd say so this last save file was my original save file, and it's right before the end of the game. So that's like 26.5 hours. but you can get through it probably a lot faster. I take my time with this game, um, because it's kind of like my game, um, and I'm the kind of person who needs to experience all of it, and a lot of those things just like don't matter at all. Um, to like the actual like point of the game. So I'm pretty sure that if I just keep, it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but there's like a random chance of there. Yep, you see it? You see that? I don't know if you can do that during the intro segment, but I know if you like wake up, you can do it. Um, you can make the big stranger appear outside your window. Um, in fact, I'm pretty sure that's like the only reason to actually wake up in the middle of the night, at least on 3 days left. Um, or I guess technically prologue. Alright, so vast forest bosses are the tree and Kite Kid. And I think I do want to do those. Just so that, just for the experience. And I didn't do the Kite Kid fight in the first playthrough. Is that a fight you're intended to do before Space Boy? Now I'm thinking about it. I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? What's up, best friend? Did you miss me? Yeah, you get the Kel best friend dialogue line. Have fun eating, Mason. Thank you for dropping in. Doesn't matter. Okay. I know Twitter like argued a lot about like the whole best friend debate when it comes to Omori, and I wish that that didn't happen the way it did, because I do actually think that Omori uses the phrase best friend in very specific ways, and it is worth examining the ways that it does. But like with the whole like wiki thing, you know, people get a little up in arms about it. We do want to get the stab skill for Omori before we do any of the bosses, though. That specific reason, or just people arguing about Omori? Because that's fair. I was pretty much Tumblr exclusive until we started working on the mod. Yeah, I mean, it's been lessened somewhat of late, just because the fandom's quite a bit smaller than it was before. I don't regret mostly moving to Twitter, just because I met a lot of really cool people in the community who are now like good friends. Yeah, I was actually back for like the first like 6 to 8 months of my time in the fandom, at least starting in like February. I was in a Sunflower Discord that was quite big. It was quite a large server, and I ended up leaving that eventually just because of some dumb stuff that I didn't want to deal with anymore. Plus, it wasn't that active. Oh, I do have stab. What am I saying? But let's level up a little bit at least. Banana smoothie. Candy. Alright, so let's head in here and we'll grab the bunny quest. Alright, we can defeat 5 bunnies. I'm Gibbs, the stationary musician. Something else that you learn from kind of like looking at Omocat interviews was that originally Headspace was like unambiguously real. It was supposed to be like 2 worlds having one story that would like coalesce at the end. Which I think is a really somewhat interesting concept. I know a lot of people still think that Headspace is somewhat paranormal in some way. I don't necessarily subscribe to that belief, but yeah. When sprout moles become lost, they can often become hostile and attack without warning. Actually, where am I? Could it be that I'm lost? Ugh, suddenly I don't feel so good. Bunnies. 16. Okay, so the next one is 25. Let's equip stuff. Oh, we're not gonna get rid of Hector. I guess we want Aubrey to have luck right now. Alright, so let's go heal. It's like, it's 10, it's 5, 25, 50, right? Is the bunny quest? I feel like the bunny quest is one that you just like finish without even like trying. Like you just have to check back in. Like obviously you can grind it out and get the items earlier. But like I don't think there's really much reason to do that. I don't think the items are like game changing or anything like that. It's this one, right? Nope. It's that one. Nope. It's this one. Yeah. Yeah, Kel will... No, I thought Kel would move first. Also, like, this fight is kind of messed up, right? Like... How does this fight work? You're good. Like, is it just spam? Yeah, because no one else is doing any damage. Maybe this is one that... I don't know that I've ever actually done this. Oh, 2 damage. Oh, we want the, Yeah, I don't think we're gonna... Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do this right now. Kinda wish I didn't waste those items. We'll come back to that one. I just don't have enough juice to do it, and I think Aubrey gets a skill that lowers defense, and that's what I really need to do that. So we'll go beat up the kid with the kite. Moore's party was victorious. Alright, so we'll go up here. Though I'm pretty sure there's some stuff we can't do up there yet. Now that I think about it, am I even able to go up the ladder, or do I have to trigger that cutscene at the main ladder first? Do you know Vast Forest is a pun? Like in the Japanese version, like the Japanese version of Vast Forest sounds like Omori. Um, yeah, I only knew that because Omocat mentions it in the Pixiv stream. It's really interesting. Um, you also get, like, Omocat goes through each of the characters and describes, like, what their deal is, and kind of, like, where their inspiration, like, came from. I mean, obviously some of them are pretty well known. Like, Sunny and Aubrey are both largely based on... Well, really, most of the characters are based on Omocat herself. You are no longer afraid of heights. Yeah, okay. Um, but there goes Hector. What was I was talking... Yeah, the character descriptions. I don't know. I just like hearing Omocat talk about Basil, and I wish Omocat talked more about Basil's character. Uh, but part of me is probably also pretty thankful that she doesn't. I would hate if, she just said something that completely blows out, like a lot of the stuff that I've said about Basil. Alright. Can I go down, like, right after this and get the juice upgrade for Aubrey? When does that mission unlock? So majestic, so beautiful. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can beat Pluto at this point. Or I'm at least close to being able to. It's a regular rock. Maybe I do those bosses after I clear the junkyard. Yeah, right. I need to unlock tags as well, right? Because there's stuff that requires Kel throwing a ball up in Kite Kid stuff. So maybe I should just play through, keep playing, and then go back. I love Otherworld. I think it's my... I don't know. I really like Amori's prologue. I think it's really strong. I think Amori as a whole is really strong for most of the game. There's just some segments that are a little bit less strong in my opinion, and some aspects of it that I wish were handled a little bit better in my opinion. Or differently, I guess. Better's subjective. Yeah, this chicken won't let us in. That's true. No story is without flaws, and especially when, you know, you've looked at this game as deeply and as constantly as I still do. You're obviously gonna find aspects of it that you don't like. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a space pirate, and I'm gonna travel all around the universe. I had a pretty neutral opinion of pretty much the entire game the first time I played it. I didn't really have any specific part that I disliked more than anything else. But the second time I played Amori was after I got really into sunflower analysis and theorizing. And so Sweetheart's Castle ended up, when you're attacking it from that direction, I really like Sweetheart's Castle is what I'm saying. I really enjoy playing Sweetheart's Castle because I think there are so many things about Sunny and Basil's like friendship that you can ascertain from it. Plus, I think Firefly Forest is really good for the same reason. Here's Gascon. Oh crap, I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures? So like there's like a ton of evidence, like weird evidence throughout Headspace and the real world that like the characters went to like summer camp together. Or at least some of the characters did. And like Gascon is like one of my favorite parts of that, just because he's like, oh crap, I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take pictures? Because it's like, oh, okay, so that's why it wasn't in like the photo album if that was a thing they did. Because Basil forgot his camera. I really like this quest, the Ducky Jr. quest, because it like really just reinforces that the quest for Basil is really a quest to find Sunny. You have obviously the optical illusion of the duck and the rabbit. Ducky Jr. is a character that always has his head in the clouds, and Mari compares him to Sunny. Oh no, Ducky Jr. is missing. I'm sure his parents are awfully worried about him. I kind of want to do something with like I was thinking about like writing like a long fic about summer camp. It would kind of like shift perspectives, like half of it, like it would alternate. Each chapter would be like, oh, when they're 12 going to summer camp, and then like maybe like Kel tries to get them to like rejoin the. It's kind of like based on my own experiences in the Scouts, because I really love being in Scouts. I was feeling nostalgic, and so I think it would be fun to put the characters like in Scouts, and I like the idea of Kel trying to get everybody to join it again after the end of the game so that they can like reconnect that way. But yeah. Yeah, the thing about just like doing a long thing like that is just like, oh, do I have the wherewithal for that right now, you know, the brain space, especially when I should probably be working on Semesk more than anything. Probably just guard with hero, right? I should have definitely attacked, focused on the arm. Shoot. Maybe this is another one that we'll just have to... I think I'm gonna have to redo this one. I handled it incorrectly. Maybe I should grind a little bit. Can I grind yet? Yeah, I think I probably need a couple more levels. Oh, it just puts me right back in. Okay. Alright, well, that's fine. I think there's a better way to do this. Oh, I'm angry now. I don't actually have good healing items right now. But we do need juice. Okay, well that's good. Oh, ouch. Yeah, I think I need a little bit more before we can do that one. Alright, will they let me go into the cattail fields yet? Yes. Yes, come at me. A lonely crow picks at the dirt. Red slice. My donut now. Mango smoothie. Makes you tango. Ah, a stranger. I think I've done a thing about how, like, this foreshadows how the group reconciles. Oh, I can't do this quest yet because I don't have tags yet. But, like, you have to play as Hero, and Hero's, like, the person who really brings everyone back together. Because, like, Kel would not have gone to Aubrey during One Day Left with how things had been. Ooh, good one. But, like, there's a scarecrow with blonde hair, blue eyes. You have to get 3 crows with Hero. Hero brings all 3 of the characters to Basil's house. I mean, I guess technically everybody goes there, but, like, Hero's really the main reason it can happen. Starfruit soda. I believe that's a Kingdom Hearts reference. Being tall isn't a hassle. Everything is better when you're tall. One day I'm gonna be as tall as you. Can. S'mores, I think. Yeah, I can't do that yet. Ooh. Maybe I should have done this a little bit better. Oh, shoot. I really don't want to lose here. Oh, darn it. I think I accidentally had Hero use an item, but it doesn't matter. So over here, yep, there's the barn. Doesn't really matter. Ducky Jr., also another reason that that's like a Sunny reference is because they live in a giant present, which Basil says in the photo album. Guess this is Sunny's new home when talking about the giant present. Oh, I was gonna talk about Sunny's birthday. because we're not really going to be able to talk about it, is yeah. Um, let's go get the TV girl quest. This is the room, like, if you get the remote, the universal remote, this is what lets you do the Aubrey love letter event, right? Early. But yeah, there's just a bunch of interesting things about Sunny's birthday. Like I said, Sunny doesn't think about it a whole lot, for one. Basil's birthday has much more of a presence and headspace. And then in addition to that, you know, you look at the actual memory itself, the pictures that were taken, you know, the only present that's mentioned is the building block set that Hiro and Mari got him, which, you know, for me personally, I think, because 12 was like 7th grade, I don't know, I was playing like Halo at that point. I don't know if I would have done much with like an actual building block set at that point, but also Sunny just doesn't seem to be interested in it at all. And then there's also like the mention, it's also the entry where it's mentioned that Mari has a new cat, which I always thought was interesting language. Is they're like, oh, Mari just got a new cat, it's Sunny's birthday, but Mari got a new cat. Which, you know, I don't know if that is right, another gift that's not what you wanted. But I always thought the way of phrasing that Mari just got a new cat, and specifically Sunny's birthday, was always interesting language, just because it's Sunny's birthday, and Mari got a cat for Sunny's birthday. Of course, I do personally interpret that Sunny did get more presents than just that. But because I think it would be weird if, I don't know though, the wording is very specific. Because in Basil's birthday, they make sure they say that Mari got Basil the photo album, and then everybody else got him more film versus camera. And obviously maybe Basil wouldn't feel as obliged to mention, you know, what Sunny's other presents were. Obviously, he doesn't even mention that, you know, the violin was his idea in the Christmas entry. So, like, I get that, but it's also like, I don't know. Personally, I interpret that Basil got Sunny the flower puzzle that I mentioned in my Daisy analysis. Right. Well, the reason I think he doesn't mention it is because I think that's where the flower puzzle comes in, and the game does set the flower puzzle up as like a romantic gesture, which it makes sense why Basil would not include that in the album. But like that's, you know, I think that specific thing is probably not something that I would expect everybody to agree with. But I just think that that's where where it would make sense the most for the flower puzzle to come into play, because Sunny has the single puzzle piece in the real world, so he got one at some point. And it probably wasn't Christmas, because we already know about that. Doesn't have the rest of the puzzle anymore. But I bet that last piece has Daisy on it. But I mean, it should be noted that there's puzzles all over the place in the real world, like in the secret hideout and in Sunny's backyard, I'm pretty sure. And every single one of the puzzle sprites are missing a piece, which I think is interesting. But yeah, I do think that that last piece definitely has a Daisy on it. I got watermelon juice. That's just my interpretation of it. I don't know that Basil would have intended it as a romantic gesture consciously, just because I don't think he would have done it if he did. But I do think that there is like some reason that he wouldn't have talked about it in the album. But I mean, like I said, he also doesn't mention that the violin was his idea in the album, so it's not like there's no precedence for not mentioning that kind of thing. He could just be embarrassed that he picked something out. But there's no way to know, because Sunny's birthday doesn't get like a associated memory with it. In fact, like there's just nothing that appears regarding Sunny's birthday in any of the times we see like memories discussed. So yeah, it's just a really interesting thing. Obviously, I don't think Sunny hated his birthday. You know, you have the starry-eyed look at the cake and all that. I just think that the game does give you reasons to believe that Sunny may not have been entirely satisfied with how his birthday turned out. I think you get a dandelion? Yeah. That means we can finally spend some quality family time together. Now go to your mom. Yeah, I think it's really easy to associate this family with Perfect for a Family of 3 with Sunny's family. Is there a quest in here? I'm Small, the world's smallest centaur. To go back to the flower puzzle, though, I think there's like some really interesting things about that quest. Like, for instance, the fact that it's Mikhail's old flower puzzle that he threw away, and there does seem to be that connection between the Maverick and Angel in the real world, even though they like hardly really talk to each other. I don't know how I want to split this up. We obviously know that Angel sees the Maverick as like his master. It's the Veggie Kids! They're part of my analysis on like why the rainy day memory is a pretty weird memory. Because it is. The rainy day memory is like fairly weird. Kill! Mock. Foe is angry. Yes, that is a good skill to have right now because Space Boy is the angry one. The WTF event here is that something is like somewhere here, right? Or is that a different one? Yeah, it's supposed to be in like the moon, right? I don't know. Oh, they respawned. Yeah. I didn't know if it was both of them. I know the lighthouse one has it. Alright, let's... Do I have to do the junkyard stuff before I can go do the second Aubrey quest that gets her the juice upgrade? Because I already went down there once, and I'd prefer not to have to do that again. If I don't have to. Does anybody else have any new skills? Aubrey has... Actually, she's about to level up, so I should probably go do another fight before I try this boss. I thought you could get it before the Space Boy fight, because she has a skill that's, like, relevant. I do want to be getting a move on, though. I was trying to rush this, but I've kind of been diddly-daddling for a little bit now. As if that is a phrase that makes any sense at all. So we'll start with one of this. And then turn away Aubrey. if I make him angry, I can... No, I don't want to do that. Nobody needs healed right now, so I'm just gonna guard. Expanded. I want to keep Omori juiced up. Yeah, okay, that wasn't that hard. Yeah, so we're just gonna proceed as normal for now. And then, before we fight Space Boy, we'll go back down to Vast Forest and, do those fights and, all that. It's Pessy's place. Space boyfriend. The view here is spectacular. Space Pirate Guy's the one that appears in the manga, right? I did think that that was a somewhat silly inclusion. I like how this sprite is supposed to make you think that he's like a bird too, like his dad and all the other pirates. Right. Me when I see a table with 2 chairs next to it. Is that a Sunflower reference? The whole game's a Sunflower reference, TBH. Oh, oops. I have fond memories of the junkyard. It wasn't my first playthrough of Omori, but I started a playthrough of Omori when I was flying out to LA to visit some friends a few years ago. A couple years ago. Yeah, it would have been like 1 year after I started like getting into Omori, or a year and a half. And I just needed something to do while I was on the plane flying out to LA across the country, and I played Omori, and this was the part where I did Otherworld while I was on the plane, basically. Do you know the new piano version of Home for Flowers Sunflower? From like the piano CD? Has I wish. Has it samples By Your Side, which I think is kind of crazy. Um, if I was friends with Omacat, I'd have a job, probably, right? Well, a job like a game job, hopefully. That would be nice. Ouch. Oh, I didn't know it was gonna do it again. Oh man, I think that's my worst Earth boss fight ever. Just getting all of the... That kind of sucks. Whatever. I'll get over it. I'll live. By the way, I don't really know when I'm gonna like, how often I'm gonna stream this. Last time I streamed, I did it a few times a week, and it took me like 6 sessions to get through the Sunny Route. I don't think this will take as long because I'm hopefully not gonna get caught doing stupid stuff too much. And there's obviously no far away. Well, there's not like the same level of far away. Well, obviously we're going to explore Black Space too, and there's obviously all the post-Hikikomori Route stuff. I just don't think that stuff is going to add up to the same level of things as you end up doing in the Sunny Route with, especially if you're trying to do all the quests. Plus, like, I am excited about Black Space 2. I do want to talk about, like, Hero's Kitchen and all that. Though it's been such a long time since I've actually done those events, I might need to pull up a little guide. Honestly, I might need to pull up a little guide just for, like, the post-Hikikomori Route stuff in general. I know it, like, points you to, go do the... to, like, grab Hero first. I don't think the junkyard takes that long, right? The junkyard's also, like, a place where it's, like, there's not a whole lot to talk about. It doesn't really seem to be based on anywhere in Faraway unless you believe it's, like, based off of Aubrey's house. But I also don't know that I would think... I don't know, maybe the manga has shed some more light on what her living situation was pre-canon. So maybe it's a little bit different now. I don't know. I don't really like the manga is the problem with that. Awesome. Can acquired. Yeah, it's just like... I don't know. It's, like, cool that it exists, but I think it could have been handled a lot better. I think that it was a mistake to change the order of events like they did. Right. It's just, like, there's so many things that in Amori seem to be done on purpose, and when the manga changes that up, it makes me wonder, like, oh, was that not done on purpose in the first place? It's just a lot of stuff that really messes me up, right? Like, I was actually kind of excited for Black Space, but Black Space is, like, they hit the, like, more striking rooms in the manga, but they skipped, like, all of the stranger rooms, right? Like, he barely had any dialogue at all. And also... like, in the spider room, the Basil dialogue was changed so that instead of mentioning that Sunny told him about jumping into the lake because of the spider, yeah, the daisy's gone. He just says, oh, you're not good with spiders, which, like, it kind of fulfills the same purpose, but it takes away the mention of Sunny specifically talking to Basil about this. Which I think I thought was pretty important, but, you know, perhaps wasn't as important as I once judged. I don't know, and maybe it's like they're gonna do something else with Stranger. I don't know, though. Stranger in the manga seems like barely a character, almost. Like, and maybe that was the intention, because I've always been of the opinion that Stranger is treated more as a character than he should be. And so maybe that's intentional, but I still don't really like it. Because all of that Stranger dialogue is so important to me, and so maybe they're gonna move that stuff, but Stranger doesn't really appear after Black Space, so that's gonna be another change if he does appear. Also, this is kind of a joke, but, like, they did the big Aubrey Sunny chapter was in Pride Month, so, like, come on. Which that's another thing that I really not like the Pride Month thing, but like the way. I mean, one of my complaints that I've always had about Amori is that Aubrey and Sunny's relationship seems kind of hollow. shallow even. And it only really makes sense to me if that's intentional. And I think the manga tried to, like, improve on that, but, like, it didn't really do so in a way that I liked. Is the manga not written by Omocat? I thought Omocat was still heavily involved in the writing, because, like, all the volumes still say written by Omocat on the front. I guess I just don't really know how the manga industry works that well. Of course, Volume 2 did have the Omocat bonus comic in the back, which, I did like that. I think it'll be interesting to, like, see what Omocat will have to say about the manga years down the line. I don't know. And I don't know why I keep doing this to myself, but I keep, like, going to the subreddit, and, like, you'll see people always talking about, like, oh, the manga's not that bad. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like... Sorry, I'm riling myself up about it now. I think it's insane that the baseline of what we've been getting Omori content-wise for the past, like, 2 years now, has been the manga. I think I just realized that the chats are not showing up on stream. Or no, okay, they are. It is showing up. It's just a little hard to see, but they are disappearing quickly. I don't know. Yeah, I did think the gun was kind of funny. I didn't like it, but I did at least find it funny. Maybe the flower puzzle is found in the trash after the Maverick threw it away, because Basil, as a child, had a crush on the Maverick, and the Maverick did not return his affections, and so he threw it away. But then Sunny wished that Basil gave him the flower puzzle, and so he took one of the pieces out, and that's where that puzzle piece comes from. That's some real new CM Kurt Daisy analysis. Did you know the sprite on the stuffed Mr. Plant egg that you can buy from the Omocat store is actually the sprite for the Eggplant Veggie Kid instead of the actual sprite used for Mr. Plant Egg during Memory Lane. It doesn't really mean anything, probably, but yeah. Oh, this is the, Life Gem guy, right? Mr. Plant Egg is alive? This is not a winnable fight, right? Like, he's just gonna knock you out and tell you to use Life Jam. Yeah. Oh! I did not notice that. I thought you were about to drop some, like, bombshell knowledge about, like, the real world of Omori. Oh, I said I was gonna remember to change the... yes, I will buy some Life Jam, actually. We want to do... Kelp. Oh. I'm pretty sure my first playthrough of this, like my last playthrough of this, I literally had a WTF value of 1. Or no, I guess it would have been at least 2 in that one as well, because I did get that scare. Well, that's good to know. So we're probably between 2 and 6, because I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be one in the parents' bedroom if you're 6 up. After opening the door for Elmari. Yeah. Which is unfortunate. I think it's kind of sad that their mom keeps Mari's picnic basket in her bedroom. I think it is a bit of environmental storytelling. Obviously, like they could have just put it in Sunny's room. And of course, there's a couple of other picnic baskets around town. Basil has one, which I think is cute. Obviously, it's because you need to be able to save there, but still. Oh, and then there's one outside the house. You cannot save at Aubrey's picnic basket at the. I don't see Basil anymore. I could have sworn I saw Basil near the campsite earlier. So if you go to the campsite, that's where Ducky Jr. is. The whole quest to find Basil and finding Sunny, it's all interconnected. We gotta find the special mixtape. Like, all the side quests in Headspace are about finding something that is lost, which I think is so cool. Also, these things give, like, 143 experience, which I think is crazy. Yeah, this is like, honestly, it's one of the more baffling instances of 143. Obviously it's music related, but compared to most of the other ones, it seems so tangential. Especially when mixtapes are more Heroes thing in association. Granted, you know, all the characters have references to 143. Obviously, Basil has a couple. The Basil Stranger's opacity is 143, which I do not believe is true for the other strangers. I believe in the game's code, Kel says Sunny's name 143 times. Not in the game, because there's repeated lines of dialogue in the code, but like, if you just go to the dialogue dump on Kel's deal and just search Sunny's name, there's 143 instances. That's true. I also am pretty sure that Space Boy's mixtape that you're trying to get during this is supposed to be an analogous to the photo album. So that's definitely a thing. But I don't know, it's kind of just like the part, because it's not the mixtapes that have that, right? It's the boombox. I don't think they care about Hero yet. Yeah. Bubble wrap. More defense, less speed. That's fine. I think we want to have less speed than Kel anyway. I love cans! I never know which variation of the attack again follow-up is like the best. I'm sure eventually it's best just to do the Amori one, but I know like they obviously progress in different ways the further you go. Did you know Basil has 143 heart at level 25, but you're usually past that point by the time you can add Basil to your thing during the Basil rush? Running gun, that's like a good one, right? Like, that's the one that's based off his speed, and you need it to do the whole, Kel nuke. Aubrey, no! Plum juice. Banana smoothie. Gross. You just gotta wake up and smell the roses. Kel's always saying that. That's so Kel. Alright, I do want to kind of get a move on here, because I'm getting a little bit sleepy. And there's a few things that I want to do, and I kind of want to just plow through this. So I'd like if I could get past this Knight of Headspace right now. Give me free trash. Really? 6 tries. I don't know that I've ever struggled with Space Boy, funny enough. Like, I think there's been like a lot of don't get me wrong, I have had a lot of, there are a lot of boss fights that usually take me like a couple of tries. In fact, like the Earth boss fight, like the secret boss fight for the Earth, almost always is really annoying for me. But I generally don't struggle too much with the main bosses. Though, watch me eat my words on that. I guess that's fair. Omori was actually a lot different than most of the games I had played as well. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't like completely oblivious to this sphere. Like I played Undertale when it came out before I went to college, and then you know, there was like Doki Doki Literature Club came out, which is like kind of some of the, it's not RPG, but has some of the same like horror aspects. Okay, I'll eat some tofu. Of course, I play Pokemon. That's an RPG. Oh, I didn't. Oh my goodness! What is that melon that I missed? Gosh darn it! I'm sorry. I need to go get it. But, like, at the time I picked up Omori, I was mainly playing, like, RPGs. Or not RPGs. I was playing, like, strategy games. And Omori was just, like... As soon as I knew it existed, it was, like... I mean, it really was, like, a time in my life where... I was discovering a lot of... Not discovering, I was accepting a lot about myself that I hadn't really accepted in the past. And that is kind of why the way I interpret Omori is so important to everything. And that's kind of why I try to be conscious of the fact that not everybody agrees with me, because I know that the context through which I got into this interpretation of Omori is really important. And maybe coloring how accurate I think it is. I am wondering how like I'm gonna feel about this playthrough, like after as I go through, because as much as I like Headspace, it is true that like I'll just beat up the computer again. It is true that like most of the fun of replaying Amori is getting to revisit Faraway. Obviously, it's been a long time since I've done any of the post-Amori route stuff, and like I said earlier, I have never done the Amori route on console, so I haven't actually done the Basil Rush myself, and I'm pretty excited about it. Curveball. What does that do? Yeah, we'll see how long it takes me to get there. Right, yeah. So we have the Rosa fight. Oh, we have the classic M's cutscene. M's, I believe, recently married, or recently... I don't know. Yeah, I think it's married. I do actually, I enjoy putting M's stream up in the background while I, you know, do stuff, personal projects, or work. This is Emily the hamster, but I just call her Ems. I do think this is the funniest. This is like my favorite developer analog in the game. Okay, that was weird. Thank you, Rosa. Are you not gonna let me? Oh my gosh. Okay, well. TV remote. Actually, if you talk to... I forgot that Maria's different dialogue depending on who you have selected. I don't remember I don't remember this boss fight being too difficult. It's a weird one, though. I guess I didn't have to waste that life gem. Should have been smarter. But at least Aubrey got experience. Alright. Junkyard done. Alright. So let's go do some stuff. Do a quick run through the garden, see if we can get any hearts. I don't think they really decay that quickly in this night. Yes, okay, so you can do the Aubrey, get the juice for Aubrey before the actual thing. Man, poor Vance. Nice. I do think it's interesting that for the Daisy quest, the object of affection is based off of Angel. Keep in mind, you know, Angel and Sunny actually have quite a few similarities. You got a Daisy from Daisy. I think if you talk to... like, they both have, like, if you go into Angel's room, he has the faux fax. Angel's dog is based off of Omocat's dog. Dog that she had at the time, unfortunately. Just noticing things, that's all. I'm sorry, I'm a little sleepy right now. Let's just get this stuff Alright, we're gonna... We want to go... We're gonna go do the kite fight. Oh, I bet we can go hand in the bunny quest first. And then start on the next level of it. Yeah, he did make it, and a good few years after as well. Have I seriously not hit 25 bunnies yet? That's crazy. I do think that, like, some of the wording surrounding Lucas does, like, I think it unintentionally has the effect of making it seem like Sunny and Angel were pretty close at some point, like before, like pre-canon, but you never actually see any real indication of that. But, like, Sunny seems to be aware of, like, seems to comment on how big Lucas has grown, which is probably just because Lucas is Omokat's dog. So I think that's probably unintentional, but still. I'm pretty sure the painting that his sister makes is one of the, like, advertisement posters. Well, there's a few paintings. I'm pretty sure one of the ones that she does is just the one where Sunny's, like, sitting in the chair or something. In that one room that Sweetheart's Castle becomes, and also appears in Black Space. I got spaghetti. Alright, there's the sea. They're all Omocat self-inserts. That's the secret. I think the only character that I've never explicitly heard Omocat say, yeah, this character is based off of me in some way, is Basil. And that's because Omocat barely talks about Basil's, like, influences at all. Frankly, I don't blame her. Talking about Basil's influences is probably a landmine. I don't know. I think like I do think like characters like Kite Kid are definitely holdovers from a earlier version of the game where this was like where Headspace was like more real than it ended up being. If that makes sense. Like I don't think in this version of the game Kite Kid really means that much. But I could be wrong about that, you know. I tend to, I think my analysis tends to be weaker when I'm trying to do something non-sunflower related, TBH. At least these days. Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't realize he was just gonna do that. That's kind of what I'm saying though, is like I think that concept works a little bit better when Headspace isn't just like a dream. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Alright, so I just kind of want to attack here, I think. No! I wanted to release energy. Okay, so I can still attack, and then I can life jam Aubrey, and then cook Cal. Oh my goodness, you're right. Oh wow, that's like so obvious too. Did you know in the Basil and Omori release energy, the hit effects are in a diamond, but because of the text box, it looks like a heart. Aubrey learned Team Spirit. Alright, we don't got time for kites. Yeah, it's like technically they're in a diamond formation, but when you actually use the attack, it looks like a heart. Alright, so tree time, I think, and then we'll go and fight. Oh gosh, how long would it take me to get 50 cans? That's all that's been on my mind all night. So I have 10. I would need 40. So long to just go in and out. I'd probably get a lot of life jam. Well, let's take a look. Let's make sure the tree... Let's kill the tree. You gotta kill the tree. Well, I think this would be, I think the dog method is supposed to be faster than the battle method, is what I've heard. Is this gonna... Do I have a way to reduce defense yet? Okay. Yeah, still, nobody can really do anything other than Aubrey. Or other than Amori. It's true. But we don't want Amori to do it. Still nothing. Wow. I think I'm doing this fight wrong. I think there's like a way that, let's see, Mori tree fight. Okay, I guess it's literally just spam Appy Juice. How much Appy Juice do I have? Do I have any? I can buy it. Do I think I can... Use another rubber band, yeah? I mean, the rubber bands are doing damage. surely that'll get us there. Okay, so we are gonna need a refill on juice. Does making Omori sad make stab do more damage? Or is it just that as long as you are sad, it ignores defense? Six, 7. Okay, we're halfway there. Just keep shooting rubber bands, I guess. Everybody knows Omori loves cherry soda. It's called Hell Sludge in the English version. That's what it says, carbonated Hell Sludge. Unless that's like the name, unless it's like a pun in Chinese, is what you're saying. I think that should do it. We did it! We beat the freaking tree! Mori's party was victorious. That was awesome. I'm glad I did that. Kill 4 more bunnies. Okay. I saved a world. Alright, what the hey? Let's go take a look at that dog. So we have 10 cans right now. Not to be confused with tin cans. pretty sure the only like chore minigame that is like really all that interesting is the sorting minigame. Like doing dishes and what's the other one? Sweeping. Like there's not like I don't think there's any deep lore in either of those. Maybe the dishes one, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, the #1 mom mug. So I don't know what the percentage chance is that the dog appears. I got a can. That's 11 cans. Oh, he shows up in different parts of the room. Oh, cherry soda. Oh my goodness, he doesn't give you a can every time? That's 12 cans. Somebody get a counter going. Arjunish, welcome back. You've joined at a perfect time. Yes, the dog is an infinite item generator of cans and carbonated hell sludge, apparently. Also, you can get Life Jam. Yeah, there's Life Jam right there. I actually wish it didn't give me Life Jam because I need cans. Oh my gosh. It just gave me 2 Life Jams. Alright, this is messed up. There's a sick freak out there with a sick sense of humor. I've decided I hate recycling an awful lot. Is it easier to just go run through the junkyard and do a bunch of fights? Like, is that gonna be faster? You did the dog for years. What's the dog doing? I got a hot dog. Whatever, I mean, at least I'll have a bunch of items. Also, the dog appears to be showing up pretty frequently right now. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's, like, not much that we're talking about. You know, I don't want to just tread the same ground. I talked a little bit about Daisy because I like talking about daisies. But I've kind of just been trying to speed through all this to get to Hikikomori Route stuff. Maybe I should have. Now that I'm like sleepy, I'm thinking maybe I should have just like used my save file after the prologue. But that's no fun. Maybe I'll do this on my own though. Maybe I will keep my Switch on during work, and I'll just grind this out, not on stream. I think that's a better idea. Because there's nothing we miss out on doing that before Space Boy, right? Yeah. I don't know why I'm going this way. So we did Tree, we did Kite Kid. We probably have a couple quests to hand in somewhere. I guess we can go put in a couple cans into the recycling machine. After we do Space Boy, we'll do another walk through here. You can't actually go to Orange Oasis tonight, I don't think. She does eventually, yeah, I don't really know what the whole thing with Nose and Leafy is supposed to mean. I think Daisy does give the puzzle to him at some point, and like you find out about it by, yeah, like you have to return the puzzle to her during this day, and if you do, she'll give it to him tomorrow, and his line of dialogue will change to, "I really like puzzles," or something like that, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I might be hallucinating that, which is literally what you need to keep in mind about it. Literally everything I've ever said about this game is I might be hallucinating that. All right, so we'll do the Space Boy fight. We'll do whatever the Hikikomori Route junk is, and then we'll call it for tonight. I don't think I'm missing anything. I have to hand in the TV girl quest still. Man, I tell you what, the Hikikomori Route really is really good at making you feel like you're doing something wrong. Woo! Dynamite! Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a waste of time, so I am gonna do it. You know, when in Rome, right? When an Omori, do as the Omoris do. Oh, my friend Doug is playing Pokemon Champions. I helped this problem reassemble the traffic cones. Awesome. I'm glad I did that. There's no reason to go to the frozen lake right now, I don't think. I don't think there's anything you can do there until later. Gascon. Can time. Wait, if I hand in all the cans, then I don't have a way to count them as I'm getting them later. Alright. I'll just have to make sure I remember that I've already handed one in. What is this little freak? Oh, it's Laramie. I don't remember Laramie looking like that, but also I couldn't tell you what I thought he looked like. I hope I didn't forget to do anything. Oh wow, I didn't even know you could skip cutscenes like that. His hair turned green. Like basil. Yeah, I just like didn't realize that was a thing. I thought it would just like do the regular dialogue skipping. Get stabbed. My rage cannot be contained. So then we can mock. When mock and dink, with Lausig, which Himalay. That's for the Boy Scouts in the audience. The boys. Release energy! Oh yeah, this guy's pretty much dead. I should have probably healed. It doesn't matter. Oh, my part. It hurts. This is the good route, because Sunny actually doesn't need an eye patch in this route. My other half must have gotten the better of me. Where have I heard that before? No, I think the whole deal with Captain Spaceboy and Sweetheart and everything, I think they both represent so many different things that it's hard to just, like, nail down one thing. There's only 2 snow cones in the game, right? Something like that. Yeah, I think you don't really see this criticism as much anymore, but a criticism you used to see a lot was that they don't mean anything, which I think is just totally wrong. Like, I don't know how you could fight these bosses and think they don't mean anything with the kinds of, like, dialogue they have. But yeah, I think Spaceboy is, like, the most obvious about that. You know, whether you take it in a foreshadowing way with the eye patch and the fight and then all that, or you take it in the how he, like, clearly represents, like, the Sunny Omori dichotomy, um, ignoring emotions, but actually being rolled by them, you know, all that jazz. I used to travel around on trains when I was a child, long before I became a space captain. Right. Follow-ups improved. E. You felt someone hold your hand. Basil reference? Basil Amori reference? Well, wait, what's that guy doing? Somebody should probably wake that guy up. Yeah, I honestly, like, I've never even thought about the hand at all until just now. But, you know, the sunflower brain does see holding hands and be like, well, Omocat sure does love selling merch of them holding hands. Alright, let's go get the snow cone. That's probably, like, a better interpretation. I mean, ultimately... Yeah. Amori's party was victorious. Loamy, loam is loamy. That's Amori! We did it. Nice. Really? Oh, no, you can buy snow cones. They're just really expensive. So many thoughts and emotions have been eating at me lately, but there's something very calming about this moment. I feel at peace. It's hard to say. The circumstances of recital night are a little, you know, it could be. Most of the photo album doesn't really take place during cold weather. I mean, you could argue the game most likely takes place in California, so cold weather probably isn't that common. Uh, but it could. I mean, I always interpret all the stuff about snow as being related to when Sunny locked out Basil and decided to become a Hikikomori and stopped going to school. Because I personally think he did that over winter break, based on the way they talk about Sunny stopping to go to school. And so when Basil in Headspace talks about not liking the snow, that's more so talking about what the weather was like when Sunny left him, basically. And that's more of a manifestation of Sunny's guilt. But that's my own personal interpretation. I know a lot of people like the, seasonal depression type of deal. It's just I don't really think there's enough evidence to go off of to say that that really means that the snow line really means anything. I don't know. Nobody said that. I literally brought that up. That wasn't like a debate I was having. We're gonna explore. We're adventurers. We're explorers. I like that they eventually get back into their correct order. Can you expand on that? My mind is kind of blanking right now. What moment are you talking about? Am I missing? Oh, right. Duh. Yeah. I was like thinking of like all the hidden library moments. I was like, when do they talk about snow in Hector, we can't do that yet. Stick in the oh yeah. Oh shoot, we can't. If we enter I think if we enter from the other way, we can still do this quest. I forgot to do it before the Space Boy fight. Oh no, they won't let us in. Well, it's fine. We can hand this quest in. We'll have plenty of time to hand the stupid quest in. Stupid donut guy. Alright. I think... I mean, there's really no reason to check Basil's flowers, but I'm gonna. I mean, other than getting the health boost, I guess. But I'm not gonna be surprised if there's no dead flowers. Alright, yeah, yeah, they're all fine. Of course they're all fine. We all knew they were all gonna be fine. Alright, well, let's go see what this guy's up to. Watermelons are my favorite part of summer. That isn't actually said in the memory. Nobody ever said that. Sunny made that up. A wish? But what should I wish for? I have everything I could want right here. I do like the thing with Basil's wish, because you never figure out what it was. You figure out what Sunny's wish was, that he wished at the same time, which I don't think you're supposed to do, but whatever. But it's just one of those secrets that Basil keeps, what he wished for. Skipped stranger. Oh. Mari's cookies. Mari's cookies have much more love baked into them. I could eat them forever. Feast your eyes, everybody, because we're not seeing these memories again. Of course, Sunny's violin memory, all the way off to the side here, where you might miss it. This year, you get just one present from all of us. Miss one. Is there another one that I missed up here? No. Yeah, there. We're still young. We should dream big, right? Uh, I think he says that line of dialogue whichever way you answer his question. Like, I think the only difference is, like, if you say no, he'll add the maybe you're right, but. This, like, room is, like, so interesting. This barn. This picture. Like. F. It's a happy family. I mean, I think that's not really the way to look at it. Because the barn would have been involved in Headspace at one point. Like all the different places that the truth are revealed, um, I think it lists them. It's like the barn, Basil's house, the lighthouse. Um, yeah, barn, lighthouse, library, shoe. Um, these aren't really necessarily like there's no library in the real world. Of course, Sonny likes books. Um, I think really, I think really what the point is and the walls, path area, and deeper well. I think really what's going on here is that these are. I think that the areas that the friends were based and the different headspace loops um, were these different worlds. Like, um, if you look like if you look at Otherworld, for instance, a lot of the houses can be mapped pretty one to one with specific characters. Um, and of course, the barn. You could make the argument that Basil, um, and you look at the houses and around the lighthouse. The lighthouse itself is clearly based off of Sunny's house. Uh, I think that's more so what it is. Is it's kind of Sunny. Well, their family portraits in there. So I think that's really what it is. Is like it's these remnants of previous adventures that ultimately got corrupted because Basil got too close to the truth and they had to start over. Um, though my like interpretation of how like the headspace loops work is a little um like out of the ordinary. Um, I don't really personally think that Sunny that like the loop is exactly the same each time, and I personally think that Sunny that the loops didn't even happen um, until Sunny was told he was moving, and I think that's what made it slip. And you kind of that's kind of based on my interpretation of some of the stranger dialogue in Black Space. Is I think Sunny was able to maintain headspace just fine until he realized he was moving, and that's when everything started slipping. Um, and I think like these loops have each only manifested for like 3 days at a time over the past like couple months. Um, that's my take on it, though. I think that it's very open ended. And I recognize that when you reset the loop in the Hikikomori route, that doesn't happen. It's not like they go to like a new place. Though I don't think the house is Basil's house anymore, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. It's been a while. Um, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Right. Right, that's where you get the items. But like I think the house itself is still called like an abandoned house when you go there. Like it's no longer where Basil lived. At that time, I saw everything. When you stood here before, did you see it too? Something behind you? Something that I think is really interesting is like one of the like few things that like Omokat's really like said about this kind of thing is that something exists because Basil believes it exists. And I think that is so interesting in relation to the fact that something is something that Sunny has to deal with all game. Um, it's kind of, you know, emblematic of Basil and Sunny's relationship for in its worst aspects. I mean, I could make it back to see you today, but it's the last day of a big furniture sale, and I just can't resist a good bargain. You can take care of yourself for a few days. After all, you're a big boy now. Remember to finish your chores before I get back. I left a list on the table next to your door. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. I do think, like, Omori has, like, very... It, like, sometimes feels like it wants to have something to say about, you know, parenting. When you compare all of the friends group's parents to each other and and their relationships and all that. Um, the problem is, I don't think it really goes all the way with that. How nice of Kel to stop knocking while I was saving. So all I have to do is like say no, right, and then I'll leave. Hello, hello, Sonny, are you there? Do you remember me? It's your old friend, Kel. So I noticed the for sale sign in front of your house, and I heard from my mom that you were moving away soon. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out one more time before you go, or whatever, for old time's sake, you know? Do nothing. Uh, yeah, so to stop him knocking, you have to go to bed, right? Right. And I think at least, like, if I had to say one positive thing about the manga, it's like at least it's like trying on that respect. Um, with Aubrey's home life and trying to show it a little bit more, but like it's still not really something the characters are talking about. And because of that, it's not really tied in to like what's really going on, and I don't know. It's a little clunky. I think you just go to bed, right? Poor Kel. You took a short nap. You should get started on chores soon. It is, yeah, it is still fun. It's just I think the game doesn't really the way the game presents it feels like it almost has something it wants to say about that. But what I think it's really more so is Omocat just like making a statement about their family that they grew up with. All right, time to sweep. It's yeah, Sunny's mom is kind of what I'm talking about. Is like Sunny's mom, she's I don't know if patronizing is the right term. Um, but like, you know, Sunny's I believe 15 if we assume the game takes place at the beginning of summer. Um, Definitely beyond saying mommy. Um, I think in a normal circumstance, Sunny is definitely old enough to be left alone for a few days. Um, but like, there's also like some of the things. So like, if you interpret that Sunny's mom knows the truth, then um, it really does become like okay, so what did you expect to happen when you told Sonny that he should go outside again? And that's one of many problems I have with that interpretation. But I recognize that the hard physical evidence points to her knowing. Um, I don't know. I'm pretty neutral on Sonny's mom, I would say. Um, we don't know like what kind of person Sonny has been as as an Hikikomori. Um, we don't know what kind of relationship they've had for the past 4 years. Um, the fact that she has to leave that does she have to leave sticky notes up everywhere for Sonny to brush his teeth? Um, I mean, I forgot to do it just now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it after I sweep. Um, oh, I have to do fear of spiders too. Um, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting topic. Yeah. I think it would have been really interesting if if there was like a timer, right? Like after you finished your chores or before you start your chores. It's like you can't go back to Headspace until you've just like waited for like 5 minutes, um, which would feel like an eternity in a video game like this. And you have to like, I don't know, it'd be interesting, I think. Fear of spiders. Oh, everybody, say hi. Major Tom has joined us. Do you still recognize your home? We have to go get a knife, I think. Is there any open boxes in here? Does Major Tom still recognize him? That's the real question. The kitchen's different, by the way. The counter's gone. Ouch. Coffee. feel like I'm going insane. Do I have to like interact with this first? Oh, I already have the knife. Of course I already have the knife, right? Mari hasn't been home in a long time. Look, it's the closet. Sunny can't hide the fact that the closet's there. Okay, yeah, so now I have to... Do we think that... I don't know if I asked this the first playthrough. Do we think that Sunny always had fear of drowning, heights, and spiders? Or do you think that those fears came from the lake incident? At least to the extent that we see in game. Sure, man. Take a break. Yeah, I think he definitely has that based on how Omocat has described, like, the inspiration for Sunny in the past. Um, but yeah. Hi, Major Tom. You see my Miwo plush? That's like you. You're like that. I definitely think, yeah, the lake incident... I mean, the lake incident was obviously a big deal. Um, Something is trying to talk to you. Oh, it's in front of the window and you can see the tree out there. This is getting nowhere fast, huh, Sonny? Seems like there's a lot going on. You need to block out the little things and figure out what's important. You clear your mind and remember how to focus. I didn't know if we had to kill the spider or not. I will let the spider live. I choose mercy. I'm sparing the spider. Let me see if I can make Stranger appear again. I think you have to wake up midnight to do it, right? Like, you won't... That's awesome. I want it to stay there forever. That's my friend. That's my best friend, the spider. I don't think I can make Stranger appear. I think I would have to start the night and then exit out midnight. I don't think it can actually... I don't think the big Stranger can actually appear randomly when you're supposed to be awake. There's nothing here. Bro doesn't even see the closet. It's Stranger! It's Stranger! Did you guys see that? Whoa. That was crazy. I've never seen that interaction before. I don't think I've ever tried to open up the fridge uh, outside of the one time you have to. I think I already have the teeth brushing achievement. Oh! Obviously, I've seen that one before. Yeah, I think I already have the teeth brushing achievement, so that doesn't really matter, but... Yeah, so, we'll go ahead, we'll end the night there. And we'll end this night here. I don't know when the next time I'm going to play is, because I am pretty busy. Oh, there goes Basil. This game makes me so freaking sad, man. I hate when people just like oversimplify this game, because there's so much going on. Alright, so as far as when I'm going to play again, tomorrow I probably need to get back to going to the gym, but that usually only takes about an hour. But at the same time, I probably have other stuff I really need to be doing. I'm thinking tentatively Wednesday, maybe Friday as well. Weekend days are easy to do it. I don't think I have anything going on this Saturday. I'll have to check. I don't know. Just keep your eyes on social media, and I'll probably make a post about it. This will be a good one to redo, the next one, because the Firefly Forest stream was the only one that I didn't actually get saved during the last playthrough, so I will have to go over that stuff a bit again. I guess I don't have to. I mean, those quests did get talked about again later. Bye, Major Tom. But yeah, just keep your eyes around. I'll probably post something at some point. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Good night.